drop Wiki 8 evil. Exclamation mark drop Wiki 8 evil.
What? Why are you giving me an empty bank card? Hello. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Hello, Harv. Hello, Addy. Hello, Harv. Hello, Kaza. Hello, Chris. Hello, Strix. Hello, Fab. Hello, anyone that I might have missed, and hello, the lurkers. Empty. Calling me poor? Everyone's poor. What are you talking about? We all poor. Hope you're all doing well. So, hey. So I wasn't exactly sure what I felt like playing today. So I picked randomly and we landed on Little Orpheus. It's a platformer game. I played a little bit of a demo of it, quite a while ago, I think, in Discord. We'll just have to see how it goes. Let me press some buttons, I guess. Buttons are being a pain. Buttons. Yeah, I think I've pressed all the right things. We'll find out. No, Fab. No. No, I didn't want to press resume. There's no... Oh, I suppose it's doing it from the start anyway, but just to make sure. Start. Yes.
You are Comrade Ivan Ivanovich Preroll. In 1961, you were selected for the Shukovgrad Internaut Exploration Programme SSSR. Despite failing your basic physical and being caught cheating on your entrance exams, on the morning of the 12th of April 1962, you boarded a rocket drill containing the experimental device Little Orpheus, with the purpose of descending through the Earth's crust to discover the relative hollowness of the interior and its suitability for colonization.
No, you've lost me, General. Did I do what?
You and Little Orpheus were dropped into an extinct volcano to drill to the center of the Earth and find out if we could establish a city there. Note, if you will, that this date is over 3 years ago.
Okay, so yeah, to the center of the Earth we go, apparently. I'm gonna, just to let you know, I'll be nomming on some food as well, because I left making some food a little too late, and only got to eat a little bit of it. So, from time to time I'll be nomming on some foods. Not that you'll hear anything, because, you know, push the talk and all. Yeah, poor leg. Like, for drilling down, like, we've seemed to have exploded really violently. Num num num, yes.
Ivan Ivanovich, can you describe Little Orpheus?
Of course.
You're meant to be lurking.
Was, large and round, and had something of a disagreeable smell.
I was referring to its technical specification.
Well, General, I am no man of science, but it had this radio thing that I was supposed to use to let the surface know I had arrived, and some sort of battery wrapped in this lead box. But I was told to not touch anything under any circumstances, and I did notice the engineers who worked on it were quite a shifty bunch.
That was a bomb. So how is the volume? I like how we take a tumble down the thing and it fixes our leg. Now we can jump. Interesting. I know these bits a bit loud because of the drill, but I don't know if it's too loud. The voices, game voices, yes, can do that. Maybe I'll turn this down a little bit too. I hate that it doesn't give you values. We'll try that. You know what's the stupid thing is, I can see it's lower on the audio bar on OBS, but it sounds exactly the same to me.
The Little Orpheus device contained a radio transmitter capable of sending a signal through miles of solid rock. In order to boost this, a powerful energy source was required. An
How's that bad?
atomic bomb, Comrade Preroll. An atomic bomb that you have lost.
It's not lost, it's in the center
Somewhere
of the earth.
below the Earth's crust.
Ah, yes, that bomb. Of course, General. I can explain everything. But it is a long and somewhat complicated story. And let me assure you, this is not a case of milking chickens. But you won't understand where your bomb and Little Orpheus has ended up unless I start at the very beginning and you let me tell you where I've been for the last 3 years.
Hello, Demington. Does anyone else notice that it is an eye? It follows us. Is it following us, or is it just an optical illusion? Might be an optical illusion. Actually, I think it is broken. It has to be an optical illusion, right? That stupid trick to make it look like eyes are following you, but they're not really. illusion, yeah. So can we, is there anything? Yeah. I have no idea if there's any secret things to find in this game, or if it's just, you know, straight linear-ish. All I know about this game is that it came out in like 2020 on something, I don't know what it was, but then in 2022 it released on like just about everything else.
From the beginning, then. But this had better be good.
Good, General. It's more than good. It's extraordinary.
Dinosaurs.
Like this.
Say Stadia? I don't know. But possibly. Well, they remastered it for everything else, so... Well, this is an intro video. Yeah, what interpretation of Journey to the Center of the Earth doesn't have dinosaurs, huh? Hello, Lakey. How are you?
An extraordinary sight. I realized this must be the fabled land of Plutonia, as documented by the brilliant scholar Obruchev. A trail of destruction carved by the rocket drill led down into the wild and mysterious jungle. The rocket drill itself must have snapped in half somewhere below Kamchatka, and Little Orpheus bounced out and became lost in that prehistoric
Hello,
forest.
Ash.
If I was ever to get home, my mission was clear: to find Little Orpheus.
We have magic powers of being able to turn in midair and like go backwards. So there's that. Oh shit, we can fucking slide too. Can we change? We can. Good. Tumble, tumble. And dead. I can't seem to... I changed the controls and now I can't seem to do the slide anymore. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thought I broke it.
I steeled myself and plunged deeper into that prehistoric jungle where insects the size of dogs buzzed around.
Dogs. What sort of dogs?
I beg your pardon, General?
Large dogs or small dogs? Big like an ovcharka or small like a barlonka?
Does it really matter?
Of course. Detail is all important.
Ovcharka then, General. The size of an ovcharka.
I find that very hard to believe.
Would you find it easier if they were the size of a balanka?
No. But I am enjoying your attempts to persuade me.
Anyone have any idea how big those dogs are? The very big boy? Okay. Death. I didn't think we could jump over there, but I thought I'd check anyway. And it seems like death doesn't send you back too far, so that's nice. In a way. Yep. They're cute and big, I see. More deaths. Yeah, you've always got to jump to your death. You don't know, you never know what you're gonna, you never know what you're gonna find. No, I'm not doing Tarzan sounds. He will do it instead. Just very late.
Another part of the rocket drill. But still no sign of Little Orpheus.
Hello, Wiggly. It didn't do that very well, did it? Why is it? Why are you doing it twice, TT?
GLaDOS A.
GLaDOS A.
GLaDOS A.
Why? You did the AI one too. Yeah, hold on a sec. Let me restart it. Something's gone wrong. There's a new feature for this. I think I mentioned it before. I need to play with it. So you can have it's got attached
Wiki is POC.
Let's turn it back on. Okay, it only did it once, so that's good. Alright, it's got what do you say? AI stuff. So you can chat to it. And respond and shit. I have to look at it. See if it's something we can incorporate or not. Tarzan's too strong. How are you doing, Wiggly? Oh shit, well.
How is your day high?
How's your day high? You gotten over all your jet lag? It's loud. Oh, we nearly got squished. Yeah, it's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good. This woke up was oh, I'm like, what, Weekly? You slept pretty early. Okay. But you don't have work today, so, you know, that's all good. You stroked. Oh. Nope, big dinosaur again. Well, if you want, later today, Wiggly, if you want to see if other people want to play it, do you want to play more?
In the trees,
Hold on.
I could see huge beasts, larger and more ancient than any known to our modern times. Could it be that Obrachev was right? And deep below the Earth's surface, prehistoric monsters still roam freely.
Yes, but Little Orpheus.
You only care about Little Orpheus, it seems. Yeah, as I was saying, if you wanted to see if you can find other people that want to play Worm Game, I'll be able to play more of that later if you want. Oh shit. Oh, we nearly didn't make that. Maybe we can get Fab in on playing with us. And Ha. Just so other people know, you don't need to pay to play it. Wickley's already brought it. We just scab his version of the game essentially. Oh, he did it. He did it at the right time this time. Yeah. Yeah, only one person has to buy the game. Everyone else can download a friend's pass. All it does is stops you from hosting games and the locks out customization stuff. Oh hi, you're loud. Very loud. Let me
Terrible
turn
lizard
that volume down
intent
in a
on
minute.
making a snack of me was none other than the most awful of the monsters, the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, now you are an expert on dinosaurs.
Oh, hardly an expert, General. Just educated by the best schools in the world, like all good socialists. And I remembered one crucial thing.
I'm listening.
Well, its greed is without bottom, its hunger is ferocious, but its brain is absolutely tiny.
And dead.
So, it can roar and roar as much as it likes, but it will never be a match for the sharpened mind of the good Soviet worker. All I needed was a plan to outwit the monster.
So it's lucky that there's always these convenient tiny puddles. So I might turn this down a little bit. Maybe turn these voices up a little bit. Music down a little bit. Ash's great grandpa. Alright. And you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put the random timer for my wings on. Fixed now. That's still so loud, eh? Why can't they sound balance things properly? Because now I'm turning this down so the louds aren't so loud. And now the quieter things are going to be so fucking quiet.
Imagine my shock and surprise
The
to
engines are
find
going.
in that clearing the last part of the rocket drill. More shocking was the fact it had been ransacked. Someone had made off with the tools, the weapons, the rations, and the spare parts for the Pragviev. I began to suspect foul play. Perhaps Little Orpheus was not lost at all, but stolen. All I could do was follow the trail further into Plutonia.
Okay, I turned the voices up too loud now. See, the stupid thing is, right? Imagine how deaf you would be if I had these all at 100%. I never understand game volumes. Okay. So we can't go. Deafness is but a small side of combat. Do I just have to hold across while he's doing his animation or something? Yeah, okay, I've just got to hold. Alright.
We hold. Sounds
Thanks, Fab. My tracking's go. Oh, I was gonna say my tracking's going stupid, and then I just realized the screen is red. My camera really hates the red light from the screen. We're gonna fix? We're gonna fix? Fix? No? No, you're still not happy. Alright, give me a sec. I think I've fried the camera. Hide. Yeah, off, on. Okay, I had to restart it. But Dragon doesn't like communists. God damn. He's still so fucking loud, and I turned it down heaps. The stupid thing is, like, a T-Rex probably wouldn't come eat humans. Like, with too much effort for so little meat. Yeah, but Wiccy. Yes. God damn it, Fab. I'm not wiggly.
So we all agree this was the fabled land of Plutonia, do we?
Yes.
I don't remember accepting that.
I will admit it might not have been Plutonia if you are prepared to accept the dinosaur.
This isn't a negotiation.
General, you can disagree all you like, but there's very little you can do to persuade me it wasn't a dinosaur.
I might not be able to persuade you, but I can always have you shown.
Well, isn't he a nice dude? Why are you so loud, T-Rex? Go. He's a sizable fellow, so he must have a sizable shout, I guess. Just as long as it's not making you guys deaf. God. Right. Well, I guess shouldn't have to deal with that fucker for a while, but now we're gonna deal with some other fucker that lays eggs. Oh, we're inside of an egg. Right, yeah, that must be, not disgusting at all. I like how they got the violin string playing for each step now. did they stop it? Oh no, there it is. But not when we go this way. That's an interesting trigger that they've got. Like, it's not doing it again for the area that we already been in. It's doing it for this area. So if you've already done it, then it, interesting. There's a very odd trigger to keep a track of. Then when I want to install Skyrim with 5,000 mods again. Oh, I moved. Don't. Well, as long as you're not trying to stream it, then yeah, it's all right. I have enough trouble trying to help someone else with their issue with Skyrim and Vtuber Studio. You will someday, Fab. You will. We all know it to be true. This T-Rex is pretty dumb. And we're about to lose our disguise. Very bouncy.
You hid in an egg.
Yes, General. I hid in an egg.
I am glad to hear your military training was not wasted. If only I had a single legion of men as brave and ingenious as you, with only 100 men equipped with eggs to hide in, we could roll across Europe in a day.
General, are you mocking me?
You are as sharp as you are brave, Tavarish.
Well, you see, the problem with that plan, General, is Europe isn't covered in dinosaurs. At least I don't think it is. I'm sure Fab will stream Hollow Knight. The first stream he does. And if not Hollow Knight, it will be Silksong if it ever comes out. Now we just made Fab sad. I'm sorry, Fab. Ooh, a big face. Yeah, but you see, you streamed it to other people. You have to stream it for us. I think we're coming up to the part where I stopped in the demo. You streamed it for 0 people and ended 5 minutes in. See, so you have to stream it again. You didn't vibe. Well, I know you vibe with Hollow Knight. You didn't vibe with streaming Hollow Knight, or you didn't vibe with streaming to no people. Because streaming early on with no people watching is hard. Like, there's no denying that. But if you stream today, Fab, I reckon you would easily have 10 people turn up straight away. If not more. I know, I like picking on you, Fab. telling you to stream. Oh, rip. Well, we just destroyed a ancient rune. I'm sure. Yeah, no shit. Is that meant to offend me, Fab? I'm not sure if I need this, but I'll take it with me. We're really good at pushing this stone structure over stone slab flooring so smoothly without it getting stuck. Yeah, we didn't need it, but whatever.
I couldn't believe it. I still struggle to believe it. A whole lost city, buried in that jungle deep below the crust of the earth. Who would have thought it was possible?
Who indeed? It is, of course, a shame you didn't think to record the moment for posterity and help us all to get over our disbelief.
But I did, General, I did. My training was excellent, and I immediately took out my comsomolets and began to document all I could.
Wiccy is so pog.
Thanks, Bad. You're meant to be assigning me a fetish? What? Okay. When, I think I don't remember, but this seems to be where I stopped playing the demo, because when I loaded the game up to try and test audio, this is where it popped me in. So I assume this is where I stopped playing the demo. Hello, Senpai. Sorry, did you... Oh, you did okay. I missed the hydrate, sorry. My bad. I was too distracted picking on Fab, I think. How are you doing, mate? Thanks for the hydrate.
So,
I was too distracted by wrecking
where is this camera now,
the
then?
structure. Yeah.
Ah, General, yes. What, of course, I meant to say was my training was excellent, and I immediately reached for my camera, only to realize it must have been torn from my utility belt in the crash and lost forever in that forgotten jungle.
He's doing really well at convincing this guy. Guess we're
Horrendous
gonna...
beast had returned and was hungrier than ever.
Perhaps it was angry. It had been fooled by an egg-wearing idiot.
That is unkind, General. It may have been small of brain, but it was grand of stature.
Whereas you, Ivan Ivanovich, are lacking in both departments.
Wow.
Presuming there were no more eggs to hide in, did you have a new plan?
I did, General.
Please, do tell me, what was this brilliant plan?
Run.
I ran like hell, General.
Yep. No, I mean, like, it's too much effort to try and eat me. What's the point? What the hell is that vine even attached to? I should have held on to the vine and swung backwards. And he's in love. Bloody turn your bloody shout down, mate. Fuck. Dead. Now you can't eat me. It spends more calories covering its mouth alive than it gets from eating us. Yeah, exactly. It's the principle. It's a dinosaur. You're the protagonist.
Will our intrepid yet doomed hero survive the jaws of the ferocious dinosaur? Will he meet his end miles underground as an aperitif for a ravenous raptor? What dark secrets could be buried in the lost city of Agatha? Will the General ever discover the location of his lost bomb? All of these questions and more will be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Okay, so we get credits for every episode. Sevtech Ages, I believe I've heard that mod pack, yes. Why do you ask, Lakey? Also, Red, my tracking's going stupid again. Your cousin is here? Hello, cousin. Oh, you showed us a room. I see. You know what? We don't need to watch the credits every fucking episode. You're watching the credits a ton of times. Okay, senpai, take it easy, mate.
What luck! What a miracle! One moment I was rushing into the fetid tonsils of that horrible monster. The next, I was plummeting downwards to the jungle floor beyond its reach. I prayed I would land on something soft.
Perhaps your head.
But nothing could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. An epic saga of pride, power,
Yeah, that was soft.
and revolution. A struggle for freedom the likes of which our world has never seen. And it happened like this.
We're dead. Is it? This is the... Okay, we'll skip that. We saw that, like, 30 minutes ago. You're good, Fab. Make your cousin come watch with you. No. No. Oh, hello. Who are you? It's the blue band people. Not into video? Well, they're not playing it. They're just watching. Some bullshit like that. Honestly, the best part of this is just listening to the General constantly belittling the protagonist. It is pretty good. Yeah, it is pretty good. It's a hard sell, mate. Thanks, Fab. You're a wonderful friend.
Who were those strange, gentle monsters who towered above me? I could only guess they were the lost tribe of the Menf, an earlier race of people. But why were they so fearful of those ancient gates that lay just beyond their village? And why did they seem to recognize me? Why?
You're right, Fab. You're right. It's okay. Yes, call your kid to run in front of the path of the thing you're scared of. Great mother. Poor Fab. Oh, hi. I can't wave. I don't have a button to wave.
Yes, I'm also wondering why.
No, a как же, General? Who was I to question such things? Trapped as I was deep underground. I was more curious, I must admit, about the location of Little Orpheus.
I know it's comedy protagonist. Come to fuck things up. Well, we did just destroy like 10 giant stone pillars. So, you know. Oh, well, this guy doesn't seem to mind us.
You talk of a great city, a mighty power. Yet your nymph squatted like savages in huts at its boundary.
They did. And the answer to that mystery lay beyond my grasp at that point. Because it was a wonder, it truly was.
I don't know if I should be touching a glowing red orb with my bare hands. He's resigned to not having a cooler protagonist like he wanted. If they were carrying in fear of this gate, why did this guy let me go in? Doubt he has gloves. No, I can't afford it. I thought you were running away, Senpai.
The lost city of Agartha. I hope I may one day see it myself.
Oh, General, if only you could.
Yeah, I blew it up.
Unfortunately, as I shall explain, should you seek Agartha now, you wouldn't find it. It has been utterly destroyed.
Yeah, we blew it up. Of course we did. I was, and I will be now. No, it's alright. You can stay as long as you like.
Utterly destroyed?
Utterly, General, a tragic loss.
A convenient loss.
I imagine archaeologists weeping as I tell you. But most importantly, before we continue, you must understand one crucial fact about its destruction.
Which?
All good, Fab. Take it easy, mate. Have fun with your cousin. You wanted at least 3 one-liners. We'll see you when you get back if you can.
It wasn't my fault.
A bigger statue. Oh, they're in cages. I guess that's why they're in fear of the gates, but then why would they have the ability to... If they have the ability to open the gate, why would they not come save their people? Hi, how are you? I'm surprised they wouldn't try to grab me. Oh, dead. Oh no. Whoa. Oh, okay, we freed him. I thought we were about to murder this guy. Uh-oh. Well, interesting. So is this Bioshock now?
Those poor unfortunate Menkf, trapped and kidnapped and dragged away only to return as vicious foot soldiers to some unknown tyrant. And yet, there was something familiar about the shtukovina they were forced to wear on their heads, which I was sure were being used to control and enslave them.
And what was that?
General, it curiously resembled the radio sets I used to tinker with as a child.
Radio sets?
It was very curious.
It was very curious.
It was extremely curious.
I was expecting the general to be saying it wasn't that curious. Me. Thank you. I do wonder if this game is gonna have harder platforming puzzles or if it's just more story focused type of deal. One of these days I'm gonna have to work out why the camera doesn't like red light. Try and fix it. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Sneak, sneak.
An ancient technological metropolis, powered by a glowing resin, carved from the very earth?
A glowing resin carved from the very earth. Do you see, General?
I fear you are about to enlighten me.
Well, enlighten us, Ivan. Come on.
Little Orpheus must have been drained by the impact, but whoever had stolen it and brought it here was no doubt planning to use the Agarthan resin to charge up the atomic bomb, restoring the device to its full potential. What sort of man would come up with such a monstrously reckless scheme?
Perhaps the type of man
What?
who has such a limited understanding of atomic energy that he thinks an ancient metropolis can be powered by shiny marbles.
I was gonna say, it's like, yes. Before you use an atomic bomb, please plug in the phone charger to it to charge it up a bit. What? Use the crystals to charge the bomb. Fucking open. Assume we're gonna go up there and pull a lever, yeah, okay. Ah, you lazy ass fucking marble. Grab it. Let me in. Let me in. All these cages are busted. Alright, so we're gonna have to push a marble without being spotted by the looks of it. Go, 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 go! Yeah, the other dude just did not care that there was a big grindy noise. Shiny. Well, I guess we found Little Orpheus. Oh, I was too amazed that they just smashed a giant bomb into a fucking bridge. I forgot I had to run. Man, I tell you, the pterodactyl has fucking some leg muscles to be able to just hold on to that fucking thing. Oh, well, we fall anyway.
I am curious, Ivan Ivanovich. You talk and talk about this great subterranean city. Yet what you describe sounds strangely familiar. It does in some way bear an uncanny resemblance to the glorious architecture of Comrade Alexei Dushkin. Wouldn't you agree?
Нет, General. I have never heard of this great Tavarish Dushkin or his works.
Interesting. Because you were photographed on the steps of his marvelous Vysotka na Krasnich Varotach, shaking hands with the Glavny Constructor.
That was the chief designer? The sweaty little fat man with the bad hearing?
Mind your mouth, Ivan Ivanovich. And don't think you can distract me by slandering one of the great visionaries of our time. Without him, neither of us would be sitting here now.
I must remember to thank him for that, General.
I do wonder if Evan's trying to be deceptive or if he's just a fucking idiot. I think it's both, probably. Ah, run! I think he's just an idiot that he's deceptive. Go, go, go.
Those enslaved Mink were trying to stop me. I was sure of that now.
I find myself sympathizing with them, I must admit.
No, General, then I have failed to win you over.
Uh-huh. A point of agreement at last.
He's an idiot, but he's experienced at being an idiot mischief protagonist and possesses extreme survival skills at this point. Right. I think it might be just like he's an idiot, but he knows how this Soviet stuff goes down, like business goes down, so he's being slightly deceptive because he doesn't want to be dead. It'd be nice if there was a run button. Also, it's like these like interaction points aren't very like sensitive. Like it's not just press the button; it's you've got to hold the button, and then it's like, oh yeah, okay, we'll do it now. You have to hold the button for like a second before it decides it's going to interact with said object. Come run, buddy, run. Oh, okay, it's... I don't know if it was slowing down or if it's faster to jump. Like walk jump.
General. Are you mocking me?
That would be unprofessional, comrade.
I will try harder to convince you then. It is, after all, a cautionary tale of unleashed tyranny.
It is a cautionary tale of unleashed idiocy. Bartley, do continue.
Why is everything powering up? Yeah, don't look forward or anything, mate. Yeah, I think the jumping makes you move forward faster. Because we're outrunning it if we jump.
I stepped from the cable car onto a plateau at the center of the city, where a palace, a vast acropolis, stood. I was reminded of Chelyabinsk Sorok.
May I ask how you know of Chelyabinsk-Sorok?
You're gonna ask anyway.
My Aunt Masha was a traveling tinker who married a beef investigator from Zlatoust. She told me of a secret but wonderful city in the west. An edifice of sheer power, humbly serving the will and needs of the people.
Yes, unfortunately, that story didn't end so well.
No. That's what Auntie Marsha told me. And perhaps that is why I was also reminded of it. Because the moment I touched the floor in that place, I could tell something was very, very wrong.
I'm gonna look in one very specific direction, nowhere else. Yep, that's basically what happened. Interesting, when you crouch, he takes this step forward. So you can walk forward by crouching.
to shake alarmingly, and the whole city felt as if it was shuddering. I could only imagine what I would find in the heart of the vast temple.
If it isn't a giant glowing marble, I'm going to be very disappointed.
A huge resin sphere that overshadowed all of the others. I caught glimpses through the twisted architecture. And it was then I saw him.
Him?
The thief, the enslaver, the tyrant, sucking the power from this wondrous city as he drained the very lifeblood of the ancient civilization and drew it into the atomic embrace of Little Orpheus. With a song in my heart, I raced onwards to stop him.
Sorry, I just need to quickly check something. Ooh. Rip ass. Why did that kill us? Whatever. Fucking red light. Stop fucking my model. I think we're broken again. Yeah, definitely broken. Yeah, okay. Bit better. I was clearly in that light. I don't know how he didn't spot me. Come on, move, mate. Not really sure what's up with the animations that just lock you in place. Come on, fuck off, mate. Come on. Are you seriously just gonna stay there? Well, that's broken. it seems broken anyway.
Drained of its power, the magical heart of the city cracked, and it sent shockwaves through the world around me. A true monster, General, willing to bring down the mountain itself upon Agartha and bury it forever in his ruthless scheme. I could not save that wondrous place, General, to my shame and regret. But I resolved myself to avenge the Mir, to recapture Little Orpheus, and to bring that tyrant to justice.
Okay then. Oh, of course we're gonna get chased by a giant orb. Tell you what, this little dude has a lot of fucking stamina to be able to do all this exploring and running and jumping and craziness. Further to the center of the earth we go.
Will our plucky yet careless hero fall forever through those unknown skies? Will he discover the identity of the brutal thief commanding the army of the Menkf? What chance does he have of ever returning to his beloved homeland? How long can the General's patience last? All of these questions and more will definitely be answered in the next exciting episode of
Definitely won't be.
Little Orpheus!
Thanks for another achievement. What? The Lost Recordings mode is now available. Revisit Ivan's adventures and discover the new orbs scattered throughout to unlock exclusive behind the scene. So there was hidden stuff, but they locked it. Why? Why would you do that?
I plummeted down through that weird sky towards a great turbulent ocean that roared and swelled. A ferocious sea that offered no hope of survival. I thought of home and wept, unaware that in an instant, my fortunes would be changed by an event so bizarre. I almost hesitate to tell you.
Now it's a giant ocean in the...
Happened like this.
Oh, okay. Moby Dick time, huh?
A giant whale?
It was huge, General.
You were swallowed by a giant whale.
Yes, General.
You look remarkably well for a man who was swallowed by a whale.
I am blessed with a strong constitution, General.
Okay then.
And I assume you are now going to tell me how you managed to escape from the belly of this giant whale.
Naturally, General. And I must say, it really was a fascinating glimpse into the interior life of one of our world's most magnificent beasts. I consider myself a wiser man after this experience.
Okay, where did we get the raft from? Hello, Murray. How are you? You joined us as we just got eaten by a giant whale on our way to the center of the earth, essentially.
It was an extraordinary place, General. I could perhaps deliver a
my
lecture
track
on the
is gonna hate
subject
this
to Moscow
place.
University Zoological Society, if you like. I only want to help.
The Moscow University Zoological Society has, I suspect, better things to do than listen to the ramblings of a man who claims he was swallowed by a whale.
Not the whale. Yeah. One second, let me see if I can do something to hopefully alleviate this mess. I gotta load up this. Get some more white light hitting me. Alright. But yeah, how am I doing? I am doing as, you know, Wiccy does.
It is a shame, General. People can be so closed-minded.
I, on the other hand, have little choice but to hear you out. For your own sake, Ivan Ivanovich, I must urge you to be brief.
Absolutely, General. I will tell you
Very brief.
directly of my miraculous escape from the belly of the whale. You simply won't believe what happened next.
That is becoming dangerous.
I cut the audio. Fuck. Guess we have to wait for it to go down.
And so I found myself deep within the whale's organs. A strangely beautiful place. A sort of fleshy wonderland. A glade of polyps and globules. A landscape as awe-inspiring in its way as the forests and mountains of Altai. Oh, my home, General, that I yearned and longed for, and only hoped, as I hope now, that I might one day see again.
I think we're all longing for home at this point.
Oh, with warm slippers, a mug of steaming Spitzin, and a roaring fire. Not far from home, trapped inside a monstrous fish with only the strange and evil-looking worms that infested its gut for company. With only one's dedication to one's country and mission to keep one from falling into despair. But no, General, I could not. I had to escape, to find Little Orpheus and my way back to the surface and home.
So what are you up to today, Maury? I don't know, there's no point in me looking for secret things because you can't find the secret things until you've already completed the level, apparently. I like how they've made it so the terrain under your feet deforms while you're walking on it. Hi, worm. Bye, worm.
Worms, you say, living inside the whale.
Oh, they were horrid things, those worms, General. And most unwelcome, I would say. Parasites. Just how rampant their infestation was. More of the tremendous sizes they could grow to.
Exploded.
At that point, my thoughts were only of escape. And I had a plan.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
So we're gonna cure this whale of its parasite infection. Okay then. So it's looking like for each episode it's about 30, 40 minutes or something. Or 40 something minutes. The game's going to be longer than I expected it to be. Oh, it's the Worm Council. See is.
These worms, they made your Nivirayatne whale sick.
Wherever they attached themselves, the flesh began to turn grey and die. It was a truly distressing sight. I resolved myself to assist the whale by removing the leeches wherever I could find them during my escape.
Oh, so do I need to go down and... Oh, I don't think I can grab that. Off we go.
In my mind, it was a simple plan, General. I would climb up through the whale's throat, into its mouth, then wait until it opened it to feed, and swim out.
Ah, yes. Brilliant, Ivan Ivanovich. Only one or two minor flaws with it. For example, did it not occur to you that the whale will likely be deep underwater when it ate?
Bravo, General.
Maybe.
But I am a strong swimmer. As a child, my parents would take us to holiday near Irkutsk, where we took constitutionals in the waters of Lake Baikal. In fact, my mother often called me her malenький морской котик.
Thank you for the hydrate, Addy. And welcome back. You have come back to find us in the belly of a whale. And Fab's not here. Oh, we got a flying worm now. Having a whale at a time, yep.
A giant worm for a giant whale, huh?
At the risk of repeating myself, it was huge, General.
The Moscow University Zoological Society may be interested after all. Let us take a moment, Ivan.
Now they got the big stinky flowers in here.
Your ridiculous plan to escape through the mouth of the whale failing, you would now have me believe you had embarked on some misguided crusade to free it of the worm infestation. To what end, exactly?
When one suffers, we all suffer, General.
Why do you have an eye that can see inside of you, Mr. Whale? I'm really confused about that. And down we
Your
go.
ideological commitment is admirable, comrade, but...
I concluded that if I could find the root of the infestation and neutralize it, the whale could mount a spirited counterattack against the worms.
No, I don't have an eye inside of me? I don't think so. Ivan. Oh shit. He doesn't like jumping up on the ledge. Whale Cthulhu.
And then, victorious, the whale would surface to expel the remaining poisonous muck and slime from its body. And at that point, I could escape through the nearest convenient orifice. In this case, most likely the blowhole.
That is the most revolting.
Is that the whale's brain?
Remember, we are Russians. We have withstood the sheer force of nature and history and emerged triumphant. An expedition through the nasal sphincter of a gargantuan whale is nothing to us.
Not exactly sure how this whale could be alive, but sure. Could be worse. Worse than having parasites in your brain. Could be skipping through another. Oh, you meant that. Okay. Uh-oh. Hi. That fucking worm is like as big as this fucking the brain.
You would have me believe that the whale was grateful to you.
Oh, well, General, that would be presumptuous. I doubt it was even aware of my presence. But I had more immediate problems. For if the whale might have been relieved by my actions, the worms were enraged.
Worms do
Furious.
Worms
Incandescent.
do not feel
Violently indignant.
emotions.
Demented, General. Deranged.
Enough!
Surprised we haven't been shot already. Oh, time for a run to the side again.
Where is Little Orpheus? Where is my bomb? Unless you are trying to die, the whale swallowed that as well.
No, it did not, General. That would be absurd.
No, Ivan Ivanovich, you are absurd. Your story is absurd. This whole ridiculous fairy tale is absurd.
That'll teach me for not paying attention. I nearly died. Just another magical raft that just happens to be here.
Yet foolhardy hero escaped the furious
Well, this
worm.
episode was a
Will
lot
he be
shorter than the
doomed
others.
to spend his days trapped in the innards of a bad-tempered cetacean. Where is the whale swimming to in such a rush? And what will it do when it gets there? Is the General about to lose his temper and order the cosmonaut shot? All of these questions and more must surely be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Yeah, fuck off. We don't care.
Flew from the whale's blowhole like a supersonic jet. And below me, the ocean became a sheltered bay studded with wild shapes. You will be amazed as my epic journey unfolds. For here, it was about to take a most unexpected turn. And it happened like this.
Yeah, how are you not dead, mate? So we don't have red now. I can pick something up so I'm not feeling as blinded. There we go. Oh, we've busted our leg again, so we can't... Oh, we can jump, even though our leg is busted. Okay. Why not?
It was a beautiful but deadly wasteland. Freezing cold, brutally chilling. Enough to kill a man in hours.
Yet here you are.
Indeed,
I wasn't there for hours, I
an
guess.
impoverished childhood playing in the streets of Omsk during those bitter winters had made me hardy.
I thought you said you grew up in Altai.
Ah, General, the life of a poor toy maker's family. We had to move from place to place just to find work.
Hmm. It's kind of sounding like we're kind of like some incompetent spy as well, which is weird. Yes, I guess that. I don't need to put this giant fucking tutorials up every 5 seconds, jeez. Oh, and okay, we take this off and it will fall into the water. Yep. Just, oh, I'm gonna murder this one. Oh, no, we just sent it to the surface of the world, I guess. Sure, why not? I know, a creature meant to live in the ice cold waters fell into the ice cold waters anyway. Oh, that counts as death, does it? Yeah, whatever. No, that doesn't count as death, but the other one counts as death. Yes, they seesawing. I totally believe that one. More just random man-made structures. Like I can kind of like,
Sanikov land, eh? Of course, Sanikov himself reported nothing more than a bluish fog on the horizon. Your island may be nothing more than the product of overactive imaginations.
General, consider this. Imagine taking a simple peasant, a pig shepherd, for example, and telling him one day humans would fly around the earth beyond the sky. He'd say you were stark raving mad, Saldafon, a ridiculous Kazyol Baradati, a buffoon stuffed into a military uniform, a pridurak, a chuchela tuparile.
This peasant of yours had better watch his mouth if he doesn't want to spend his holidays in Salavitsky. Perhaps you should return to your story.
like some of this could have been left by the other expedition to the center of the earth that no one believes, but these planks of wood are way too massive for that. Like, I don't know. Doesn't really matter all that much. It's just here.
There in the cliff.
Giant
I could not
mammoth.
believe it. A hairy elephant, trapped and frozen in the ice.
A mammoth?
No, General, a hairy elephant. Who would think such a thing could be?
Such an idiot, mate. Such an idiot. Well, that was an oops. Oh, it didn't kill me, it just sent me all the way back down here. That's interesting. I want to see a hairy elephant. Goddamn.
My twist. I can't spell.
Fuck, nearly jumped off the edge again. Do you mean to not a wizard? Hold on a sec. I need to be right back real quick. Won't be too long, sorry. I am not asleep. Sorry. Was, what did I say? Like, had the feelings of like the start of a migraine possibly coming, so I went and grabbed some painkillers to stave it off if it does come along. Nope. Oh, I didn't die. Off we go.
I trudged onwards through the blizzard, one foot grimly in front of the other, blinded by the snow, my nose becoming quite blue, my thoughts of home crushed under the weight of the plummeting temperature.
I am bored, Ivan Ivanovich, and sick to my teeth of listening to this rubbish. Let us speak plainly now. You will tell me where my bomb is, or I will have you shot.
Are we gonna tell him?
I am just getting to that, General.
Shot! Comrade Preroll. Shot with real bullets, fired from a real gun, not some ludicrous Bultavia about lost cities and dinosaurs and mink and mammoth.
It was a hairy elf.
No! I will not tolerate any more! Where is the bomb, Ivan Ivanovich? Where is Little Orpheus?
It was right there.
What?
It was there. At least I realized it must be.
Where?
There?
On Sonikov land?
Yes, General. Because as the storm began to clear, I realized with a strange excitement and trepidation that I was not alone on Sonikov land.
Well, we get to tell more of our far-fetched story. How convenient.
Wait. Go back. You say these lifeboats came from Zarya? A Russian ship?
Zarya returned home, but not with all of her crew. And here were the missing lifeboats, trapped in the ice for all of these years. And it could only mean one thing.
That you are continuing to hang lapsha on my ears.
How many times are we gonna have these fucking stalagmites fall on us? So are we gonna actually see another human, or... How convenient these rafts look exactly like the rafts that are inside the whale.
Baron Edward von Toll. Of course, I remember reading about his tragic expedition at school. We were taught he had died a hero's death out on the icy wastes, searching for Sonikov land. Yet what if, in doing so, he had sailed accidentally into the interior, deep below the crust of the world?
How?
A fellow citizen of the surface. I had to try and find him.
How would you sail into the center of the Earth? Oh. Okay, so the big giants were wearing diving bell helmets that were mind controlling them. Do we really want to be picking this up? Because clearly we're going to be picking this up. Oh. Well, we're trapped.
A dead explorer stole my
Not dead, General, but quite
Oh
insane.
god.
Perhaps it was the loss of the arm or the leg, or the long years in isolation. But Toll was clearly mad.
You should have got along perfectly then.
Oh, how I wish we had.
It's like
But
Santa Claus with a bomb.
whatever Toll's intention with Little Orpheus was, I had no time to consider it. I was in mortal peril once more.
Oh, guess we're not putting on the diving bell, huh? Well, first, get on a boat, then you sail downwards. Okay, I see. Of course. How could I have not thought of that? It's a bit crazy
So,
how many loading screens there are.
you believe that Toll had somehow enslaved the Menkiv and bent them to his will?
I do, General. It was obvious. Why else would they serve him? And how else could they be so different from their free comrades? These odd helmets they wore, it was the science of our times. No doubt about it. Although fused with some strange crystal technology I could not recognize. To be honest with you, it didn't seem appropriate to stop and ask them.
Come on, keep going. It's always what I do when I'm trying to sneak around. Just scream.
This Toll, you say he was an explorer.
Yes, General, he was. He vanished some 60 years ago. I remember the story.
And you say he stole Little Orpheus.
To get home, General. To get home. I think he must have thought he could use the atomic bomb to blast his way back to the surface.
Oh, brilliant, Ivan Ivanovich! And you expect me to believe that a 100-year-old madman not only survived below the Earth's crust, but enslaved his Menkiv, explored the lost worlds, and discovered the secrets of atomic power, all by himself?
A Tsarist general. An imperialist. No doubt harking back to the terrible days before the Great Revolution. And Estonian.
Estonia.
Estonian, General.
They are wily people.
Oh, you're starting to believe because it's Estonian. Right, okay, sure, why not?
hive minds stretched away into the distance. And I sometimes wondered if I would ever find my way out. But I never gave up, General.
Of course you did. You are a hero, Ivan Ivanovich.
No, General. No. I am no hero. I am a simple toy maker's son from Tomsk.
Omsk.
General?
Omsk. You said Tomsk.
I said Omsk.
You said Tomsk.
General, I think I am well aware of the city of my birth.
Perhaps all the moving around as a child confused you.
Oop, rip. I do hope the 2 times that I've died now while a conversation is happening doesn't actually like cut the conversation short, and I just happen to accidentally die as the conversation was ending. I assume there would probably be a secret thing here when they're unlocked. Probably have to like have the platform just above him and then jump over, or jump over here actually. Okay, looks like we have to go down. You weren't looking over here, you were looking down. Lying piece of shit. Just run face first into the engine. Oh, okay, yeah, giant snowball. Sure, why not? Why not?
On we flew across the deserted, frozen plateau. I was single-minded in my pursuit, dogged in my determination.
Rip.
On we flew across the deserted, frozen plateau. I was single-minded in my pursuit, dogged in my determination.
Maybe I shouldn't fuck around with the jumping.
I would take back Little Orpheus and prevent Toll from detonating the bomb.
Ah, you are as humble as ever, Tavares.
And so we've stolen a diving
Well,
bell.
General, you are a great military leader, a great strategist, whereas I am simply the humble son of a watch
Toy.
toy. Well,
Fuck
General,
that, the jump.
you are a great military leader, a great strategist, whereas I am simply the humble son of a watch toy maker, and driven by patriotic fever, with no regard for my own safety, I rushed blindly on.
Yeah, well, he's getting even his parents' jobs mixed up now, so he has to be more than just an idiot, right? He has to be trying to be deceptive, and he can't keep his lies straight. We have the helmet, the diving bell on now. So are we going to be mind controlled? Jeez. And how far do we want to fly? Oh god. And a flip. Why not? We're about to fall through the water, aren't we? Like through the ice into... yeah.
Will our courageous yet unfortunate hero drown
Good thing we got this
in
helmet
the
on.
depths of an inhospitable frozen sea? Will he thaw out in time to prevent Toll from detonating the bomb? Will the general holiday in Omsk next year? Or Tomsk? Or perhaps both? What exactly is the difference between a mammoth and a hairy elephant? All of these questions and more should almost certainly be answered in the next exciting
Almost
episode
certainly
of
won't be answered.
Little Orpheus!
So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're essentially halfway through now. Yeah, it might take us about 4 hours. Alright.
I thought I was doomed. But a miraculous thing happened, General. I could breathe. It must have been the helmet that was jammed onto my head. It was a strange and remarkable thing.
Some might almost say beyond belief.
A narrow-minded fool may indeed, General. But of course, you are no Durak. But even as I sank towards the floor of that lost ocean, my journey was about to take me to darker, stranger territory than ever before. And it happened like this.
Keep intro. Okay, well we can jump a lot higher now. Our walking is very slow though. Interesting. I do wonder where this bomb is going to end up being.
Let me see if I have this correctly. After narrowly failing to apprehend the mad missing explorer Toll and recapture my atomic bomb in your giant snowball, you fell through thin ice and sank to the bottom of a subterranean ocean, discovering along the way that the mind control helmet you had accidentally wedged onto your head enabled you to breathe underwater and resume your pursuit across the seabed.
Yes. Assume that
General, you
kills us.
seem perplexed.
Perplexed? Perplexed is that the keys to my house are not where I left them. Perplexed is the fact my dog will not eat cheese like other dogs. No, Ivan Ivanovich, I am not perplexed.
Intrigued, then, perhaps?
I'm not sure intrigued is the correct term either. Enraged at being taken for a simpleton. Now that, perhaps, is a better way of describing my current state of mind.
Giant seahorses. What was that? And why the fuck was it so loud?
That is unfortunate, General.
Once again, Comrade Preroll, I must correct you. Unfortunate is losing one's car in a snowstorm. Unfortunate is booking opera tickets on your wife's birthday and getting the date wrong.
Was she furious?
That is not the issue!
She was furious.
Furious. However, now that is a good word.
I could speak with your wife. Would that help? I could always have a word with her if you like.
I could always have you shot.
Oh, you could, but I suspect she would appreciate the gesture less.
I want to find out what happens. Is there an animation to this? Kinda. Not really. Confused. Why is it popping? Am I just hitting an invisible box that's meant to be the wall, but didn't look like I was actually hitting the wall? Probably. Well, something's about to happen. We do really like falling, don't we?
A kraken. A vast monster of the sea. A giant, humongous, many-armed electrical destroyer of ships. Electrical? Electricity flowed along its horrible body, sparking and stunning all it touched, flowing like deadly rivers along its awful tentacles.
The general's really had enough of this shit. How are we gonna fall down? Come on, let's go.
A sobering discovery. Are you suggesting that the vessel simply wandered off course and sank here? That seems unlikely even by your standards.
No, General, I only wished that were true. The mighty ship showed terrible scars, signs of having been grappled and torn asunder by some huge and terrible adversary.
It is indeed strange and curious. I am troubled by this discovery.
Might you almost be perplexed, perhaps?
Don't push your luck.
Who put the giant sea mine there, though? What does the light do? Oh. Makes them disappear. Can this boops us? No. Yeah, I'm holding to interact, but it's not interacting. Finally. So just have to hold it for like 5 minutes.
I was stationed at Sydney Ostrov some years ago. I am only too aware of how easy it is for the imagination to create monsters When one is exposed to lonely and dark places, my men required constant monitoring.
Much like my cousin Pavel.
He was also stationed at Ostrov?
No, he required constant monitoring. He was a devil for stealing eggs.
Ivan. You're really not helping your case about not getting shot. How big is this fucking chest and the coins? Fucking giant skeleton, well I guess that makes sense. But
I was referring to the fear that something is lurking in the darkness. Something strange, brutish, and ill-intentioned.
Again, that sounds much like my cousin Pavel.
I'm not sure why you needed to turn the light this way. Like, you could easily make the jump from here to over there, right? Let's have a look. Or do we hit... Oh, okay, we hit the ceiling. Okay, that makes sense. Didn't look like I would hit that ceiling, but I guess you do. Is it time for us to try and outrun the Kraken? No, it's... I assume jellyfish will kill us. Okay. Well, it's just another bloody giant gate.
There was no doubt about it, and escape was all I could think about.
Naturally.
That and duty.
Duty?
Yes, General. After all, I had a bomb to recover from that villain Toll.
How clever of you to remember that.
This environment looks nice. Yum. Oh, you got to see the Kraken a little bit better that time. Look, nearly didn't make that jump. Maybe the
But
whale...
first, there was the issue of escape.
Maybe the whale he helped earlier will eat the Kraken. Experimentals eat giant squid. Maybe. It's possible, because we're going to have to try and outrun this Kraken that's clearly faster than us at some point. And maybe the whale will come help
Escape
us.
from a dreadful, grasping creature that consumed all it could reach, dragging anything that wandered within its clutches to a miserable doom. A hoarder of useless trophies and stolen goods.
Once again, Tovarish, I suspect you are pursuing a somewhat tortuous metaphor for capitalism, in the misguided hope of appealing to my political...
cut off the audio yet again. Hopefully that was the end of that conversation. I need to be more careful when, you know, there's a conversation going on. But I wasn't expecting him to grab onto that fucking ledge and climb up it instead of going, like, dropping off of it. Wait. Hello, Moon. Thank you for the hydrates. Might have to go get some more water later. Thanks, Addy. Thanks, Addy. Stop throwing fab at me. He's doing something with his cousin.
General, a little mouse being toyed with by a terrible cat.
That's not what I mean.
A wet mouse.
I was like a little underwater mouse.
Being stalked by a giant rubbery electrical cat with 8 tentacles.
Exactly, General.
Good, I'm glad we cleared that up. You may continue.
It's called a cracking a cat. Thread the needle easy. How are you? And dead. Thought maybe we go this way, but no. We do not. I really hate having to reopen this each time we load, though. We have the sonic disc go to the bubbles. Grab the ledge, dum-dum.
Submarines. You didn't mention submarines before.
Didn't I? Why? No, Navernia, General, of course. Submarines. Millions of them. Well,
These aren't submarines.
Several, at least.
Any particular submarines? Did you see names? Numbers?
General, have you lost a submarine?
I am not at liberty to answer that question, as you well know.
Well, General, losing one's car in a snowstorm is unfortunate, as you say. But to lose a whole submarine, that could be considered careless.
This is not... Where's the submarine? All I see is the sea mines. Ah, there's the submarine.
And you are certain it was M256?
Well, that was painted on the hull, so I can only assume so.
I think I know where this dismal story is going next. You somehow miraculously brought the remaining closed cycle engine online, flooded the torpedo tubes, dispatched the Kraken with one shot, and triumphantly...
No, General. That is not what happened at all. I did indeed make my way to the torpedo tubes, but for a very different purpose. After all, history has taught us that atomic power is not to be toyed with.
Much like tired, impatient generals, perhaps. Particularly the perplexed ones.
Indeed, General. Or like dogs that will eat no cheese.
Jeez. He remembers that the general's dog doesn't like eating cheese, but he can't remember that his fucking parents is a bloody toy maker instead of a watchmaker. We're not going to the surface for quite a while yet. We've still got 4 more episodes after this one. Hope he didn't need the helmet? Yeah, well, so much for it being stuck on his head too, eh? We're gonna... Oh, we just jumped in it. Okay. And the Kraken's gonna press... Why did the button just get randomly pressed?
I'm starting to suspect he might not be entirely truthful.
Will our determined yet disorientated hero end his days as socialist sushi? Will his daring exploits be cut tragically short by vengeful calamari? Will the general's wife ever forgive him for missing Ruslan and Lyudmila? And just how many eggs did Pavel steal? And where did he keep them?
I'm guessing it's short-circuited because of the water.
And more may or may not be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus.
Or do you think the Kraken's tentacles meant to press it, but they didn't? It just didn't render. Yes, okay, we understand. If we go play the levels again, we can finally collect the collectibles.
I was alive, General. Somehow, miraculously,
What?
I was alive. Some twist of fate, some hand of destiny, but I was alive. Strange as this new world was, I knew Toll must have come this way, and it was my task to find him. And it happened like this.
Yep. Straight from the frozen ocean into a desert. Looks so weird. Like, what the fuck just happened? Oh, it looks like time is really fast too. Okay.
The sun beat down on me relentlessly. The heat was unbearable. I was exhausted. Yet I could not stop. I had to go on. For 7 weeks, I trudged across the desert.
Oh, okay.
On the second day...
Please, comrade, if we may. I think we can skip the details, unless
So
you
we're
consider them to be
skipping
particularly
weeks.
relevant to the location of Little Orpheus.
Of course, General. We will simply omit the tale of the singing chasm, the oasis of mirrors, the sightings of Toll's Myenk aloft on their pterodactyls carrying parts of my crashed rocket drill over the horizon to Lemuria.
Wait, the what?
Singing chasm?
Not that, but the rocket drill.
Oh yes, General, the rocket drill. But what did Toll want with it? And why Lemuria?
Lemuria?
Lemuria, General.
I am not familiar with this Lemuria, comrade.
No, that is because it does not exist, General. Or at least, so I thought.
Oh, we did. I will say this game seems to be like the most walking simulator platformer I've probably played. feel like most of my my gameplay here is just holding down D. The story's interesting, gameplay not so much, but we're still going. It's interesting. Sure. Chinese rooms made walking simulators? I don't know. I know the name, but I don't. I know the name, but I don't. I can't. Like think of the names of other games that they've done. Try not to fuck this up this time.
Strange crystals.
Oh, okay, yeah, so yeah, there's definitely, yeah, I know those games.
Blocks and arches.
Definitely walking sim games.
The whole city remade itself. Whereas they were missing, clearly looted by some villainous thief, the city was fallen to ruin. It was like a vast musical instrument, vandalized, and yet still attempting to toot.
Would you call Amnesia a walking sim game? Like, I don't know, I've never looked into them because I don't really care that much. I know it's a spoopy game. I thought it was like you got a like Alien Isolation type of thing. You have to move around and then hide and keep trying to go.
How poetic.
But Chinese room made it. Yeah, I get you.
Engineers would be fascinated and baffled in equal measure. If the whole department hadn't been arrested for sedition last week, I would happily convey it to their skeptical ears.
Sedition, General? Really?
How poetic. I'm sure our engineers would be
that answers the question.
And baffled in equal measure.
Oh no, it doesn't.
If the whole department hadn't been arrested for sedition last week, I would happily convey it to their skeptical ears.
Sedition, General? Really? It's unfortunate news indeed.
I am joking, Comrade.
I thought that kept the conversation going, but it didn't. It was just restarted. But anyway, it seems like the Chinese rooms got their roots in walking sims. I think it's the first time I had to press control for that for the QTE. Man, I'm gonna stop breaking shit. Some of the loading screens.
The Menk for here, all right. Which meant whatever dastardly scheme Toll had, it was to be enacted on these burning sands.
And you will explain this in due course, I imagine.
Eminently, General. What you need to know first is this. I have told you already how parts of the devices the enslaved Menk were forced to wear came from the surface.
Radio parts and so on, yes, from what you have told me. Assuming there were plenty of lost ships in the ocean as you claim, for Toll to have dredged up what he needed to assemble them.
Aha, good. You are one step ahead of me, General.
I said assuming.
Of course, assume. Now, as I gazed in awe at the buildings rising and falling around me, I realized that the other major component of those mind-controlling helmets was crystal. Toll had raided Lemuria for them. He knew the city. He knew the crystals could amplify vibrations and waves, and was using them to boost the signal of the radio parts to exert his control over the MILF. Which meant...
Which means... Continue. Or don't. Whatever.
Yes? Imagine, General, what such amplification could achieve when fused to the finest atomic science our great Soviet civilization has produced.
Wait. I do not understand. You said Toll was planning on using the bomb to shatter the Earth's crust to return to the surface.
A tragic mistake, General. I recognized the extent of his mad ambitions.
You mean to imply Toll would have attempted to enslave the Russian people? Pah! The will of the Soviet citizen is mighty and strong.
To you, perhaps.
I broke it so the subtitles don't show up anymore.
But consider, perhaps instead, a humble son of a toy maker from Tomsk.
Ah, yes. Perhaps we have our share of simpletons, after all.
Oh, we didn't break this one. I accidentally pressed the crouch button, which tapes you forward. It took me into the fucking light, of course. Oh. Well, that's useful. That was probably faster than waiting to go back. What are you laughing about, mate?
The vast pictograms told of a history of wonders. They seem to suggest the Lemurians were travelers from another world, where a mysterious clock seemed to stand.
That is very mysterious.
No, this kind of seems to
as the location of
designate
Little
time
Orpheus.
travel.
Perhaps.
Ah, yes, of course, General. I am just getting to that.
I don't know where he gets another world from. To me, it says time travel, but come back. Or don't. Well, fuck that up. Oh, yeah.
As I bravely explored that
It's
ancient
us.
city, a question was gnawing at my mind. What did it mean that the Lemurians had foreseen the coming of Tol? And who was the man from above that was celebrated as the savior of the Menkf? It was almost as if they could read the future in their crystals.
Okay.
The bells of Lemuria tolled and tolled, a roaring symphony, a crescendo of peals that set the city dancing, each note causing the crystals to shimmer and cascade with light. But the sandstorm was no natural phenomenon, and the bells did not ring for celebration. Something was very wrong here.
Aside from the pterodactyls and the Menkf and the dancing stones and the ancient magical prophecies and the crystals and now the giant bells, you mean?
If you
Yes.
don't want me to continue, General, then I can easily just quietly go home.
Don't think Chepucha will get you out of this one, comrade.
Yay, quick time events. They're so fun. Oh, good. Right, so we're gonna work out where to stop. It looks like on all the mounds. Right. Gonna stop here. He just randomly crouched. Stopped me moving forward, so he died. Fucking idiot.
Through those magical structures, a righteous fire in my heart. I was like Dobrynya Nikitsch, prepared to strike at the dragon who threatened my homeland.
Your heroism is only surpassed by your modesty.
On the contrary, General, I chose Dobrynya carefully. Like him, I am a simple peasant. It was fate that chose me to descend to the Earth's core.
It was General Komanin who chose you to descend to the Earth's core. But don't let that get in the way of your story.
Oh, well then, award General Polkovnik Kamanin the highest medal in the world.
He already has several of those.
I cannot take credit for his wisdom in sending me.
These pterodactyls have really bad aim.
Was once a rocket
there's the new
built to burrow into the earth, was now a mighty vessel, repurposed to blast off into the skies.
Jump, mate, jump.
There was no doubt the toll was headed for the strange world with its clock. Although to what end, was yet to understand. But there was no time to consider. No time for questions.
Thanks, Tricks.
Toll was on the rocket. Little Orpheus was on the rocket. And wherever they were headed, I must head there too, to thwart his plans, recover my drill, and save the world!
Okay then. We are in the center of the planet still, right? So where are the stars coming from?
Will our enthusiastic yet disorientated hero be burnt to a cinder by the rocket's engines? Will he be smashed into the rock that surely must be beyond the Lemurian skies? Does Nikolai Petrovich Kamenyan really need any more medals? What was the strange clock, and what could it all mean? All of these questions, and more, will be answered, if you're extremely lucky, in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus.
Extremely lucky. The chapters seem to be getting shorter as we're going on. Fuck off. Kind of feeling like it anyway. So apparently we've got 0 gravity while still in the planet, unless we've actually gone to space. We're able to breathe. Okay, yeah, well. Hi, doggo.
Laika!
Are you stark raving mad?
It was Laika. I am sure of it. That spirited little dog saved me.
Laika saved you in her little space machine.
I believe the correct term is capsule, General.
Don't push your luck any further, Ivan Ivanovich. I fear it might snap.
Oh, my apologies, General. In my excitement to explain what I discovered on the far side of the Metagalacticus Interiors, I got carried away. And it happened like this.
Yeah, things didn't go very well for Laika.
A rocky moon. It's the center of the Earth.
The source of all creation, General. A place where time flowed like rivers, and boulders of raw matter rained like comets upon the cratered rock.
Another miraculous escape from death. Another happy accident.
It was no accident, General. Laika took me there entirely deliberately. I'm sure of that. She continues to be a heroine and a savior and protector of our great nation.
Bye, space doggo.
Laika died in orbit.
No, General, she did not. She's very much alive and happy, and currently living several miles below our feet.
Laika is dead, Ivan.
She most certainly is not, General.
This is the real world, Tovarish. A world where you did not go to the center of the Earth, and Laika died in orbit.
In my world, General, Laika is still alive.
A better world, some may argue. Very well. I will live in your world for a while longer, but time is running out.
Ah, yes. Time, General. I was just coming to that.
I nearly forgot that,
There in the distance it stood, enveloped in a mighty time storm. The world clock, General. The beating heart of all history. The axis mundi, the pillar of the world.
Not enough to conquer Russia by drilling back to the surface with his magical mind-controlling atomic radio set then.
No, General. You see, what if he could fuse Little Orpheus directly with the world clock? Then his message would radiate with every tick and every talk. He would not simply be the Tsar. He would be the Tsar of all time, the eternal tyrant, the literal incarnation of everything our glorious revolution stood to overthrow.
Oh, thanks for the flashbang. I was gonna say, I forgot that when we were set off on our journey to the center of the Earth, it's been 3 years.
Sonikiv?
Uncanny, General. But it was somehow different. I felt no cold. The waves were motionless. Indeed, it was as if I had stepped free of those rivers of time and stood on entirely motionless ground. And there in the distance,
What?
debris from Syria and tall slave mines had washed up here, almost as if I were meant to find it. And there, amongst it, the winking of steel led me to a blasting cap, and a plan began to form.
Thought I should wait for the convo to end this time instead of accidentally breaking things again. Alright, come on, let's go. We've got to run.
The terrain was ferocious. Explosive eruptions of fire and heat. Thunderous emissions and lethal gases.
Much like your cousin Pavel, perhaps, as a result of consuming all of those stolen eggs.
Thanks.
General, you have been listening after all.
Fucking general. The general just made a fucking fart joke. Seriously. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I could have sworn that one was gonna blow up, like right in front of us was gonna blow up. Yeah, you could see it. Oh, boy, we get to press A. Back in time to go again.
But why?
You are stalling, comrade. The clock is ticking.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Of course. In a flash of inspiration, I understood. It was all wrong, you see, General.
That we can agree on.
We should never have gone to the center, because without Little Orpheus, Toll could not have become the tyrant he had. The rocket drill was his means to reach the world clock, but it was Little Orpheus that enabled him. And the time itself, the world clock itself, was determined to make matters right.
With a little help from you, of course.
Merely a simple pawn in a game played upon a cosmic scale, General. But a pawn who understood that he was being given a second chance to grab a chunk of the explosive resin that wondrous city was built upon.
I don't pick it up yet.
And I was back. The mighty river of time roared past me, carrying the weight of the whole of history with it.
Even for you, this is a stretch. Our time is almost up. I have to submit my report within the hour.
Time, General. Time was nearly up indeed. That ancient and magical river that carried me along was surely moving inevitably towards some kind of end.
just giant clock keys. We're gonna do a quick time event right here. Yeah. Lost all forward momentum for some weird reason.
Enough. No more, Preroll. No more stories. No more lost worlds and space dogs. I'm full of it. It is nearly midnight, and you have not given me the adequate explanation for the whereabouts of Little Orpheus and the atomic bomb.
But, General, I am about to tell you what happened when I finally caught up with the villain Toll.
I do not care, Tavarish. I simply do not care. You have worn me down, and it is time to call a halt to this. I bear you no malice, comrade. In many ways, I had...
In the lost lands of Uru.
Thanks, Demington.
Mario, but time is running out!
Yes, General, yes! Time! Time! Because it was time itself that suddenly appeared to be on my side.
Flashbang incoming.
Perhaps the world clock was so impressed with your egg-wearing antics it decided to return you to Plutonia for a second attempt. I would strongly suggest you cut to the chase.
The chase, yes. The pursuit of Toll and Little Orpheus. I stood there with the resin fragment in one hand and the blasting cap in the other, and then, just like that, a clock began to ring.
The world clock?
No, General, an alarm clock. My Slava alarm clock, in fact, given to me by Auntie Marsha.
The one who married the beef investor.
Fuck. How come that TTS didn't do anything?
Perhaps the world clock was so impressed with your egg-wearing antics it decided to return you to Plutonia for a second attempt. I would strongly suggest you cut to the chase.
The chase, yes. The pursuit of Toll and Little Orpheus. I stood there with the resin fragment in one hand and the blasting cap in the other, and then, just like that, a clock began to ring.
The world clock?
No, General, an alarm clock. My Slava alarm clock, in fact, given to me by Auntie Marsha.
The one who married the beef investigator.
The very same. And the moment I saw that clock, I knew what I had to do.
What do we have to do? Make a time bomb.
Yes, I'm waiting.
A bomb, General. A bomb to destroy a bomb.
So, you decided to build a bomb, eh? A bomb to destroy Little Orpheus.
It was a simple plan, really, General.
Yes, you are very fond of your simple plans.
Are we saying that we walked away by setting off a nuke?
It was the last time I was to see those poor enslaved men on my journey. As they scurried in agitation around the base of the rocket drill, now a dreadful weapon of war in the hands of a madman, I was reminded of my mother.
Your mother looked like a Mienf. That is extremely disrespectful, Comrade.
Wow, what a thing to say.
I meant I was raised by my mother from an early age, of course. My childhood memories of my father were all too brief.
You are rambling, Comrade Preroll. Time is running out. Dieni Rezinovi.
Time will run out for us all, General, will it not?
Quick time
And it
event.
ran out for my father on the shores of Volga.
Your father? Fought at Stalingrad?
He did, General.
So did I.
Well, so you see, General. Perhaps we are just the same, you and I. Perhaps we are all just Menkf in the end.
Oh, not allowed to jump anymore. Oh, flashbang. Alright, what are we finding today?
What possible use in the construction of a bomb could be found in the belly of a giant whale? Were you perhaps planning on using a worm as a fuse?
Why not?
That would be ridiculous, General.
I would hate to undermine your otherwise entirely plausible account.
You forget, General. The belly of the beast was full of shipwrecks. And on one of them, I was bound to find what I was looking for. Fuse wire.
Comrade, yes, you'd forgotten all about the fuse until I reminded you, hadn't you?
General, your cynicism is unbecoming to a man of your rank and stature.
I do wonder if we're going to get told what the real story is after we conclude all this craziness.
The clock was now ticking, General. Literally. I was surrounded by time, immersed in it, floating along a river of it on a raft made of history, seeking the next moment of opportunity to hurtle backwards amongst those lost worlds.
I am a patient man, Tavarish. I lost 3 toes in the winter outside Sharkovskaya in 42. A drunken dentist removed 2 frostbitten toes and 1 perfectly healthy one. You may therefore consider me a man blessed with an uncommon level of endurance for discomfort.
I hate visiting the dentist. My uncle Vanya was a dentist, and he was a deeply strange man, notwithstanding the love he felt for his pigs.
Nope, we definitely cut that conversation off. Go, go, something's happening. Oh, the time is rising. Oh, that might have fucked us. We all good.
And so to the ocean floor, and that strange submerged city, and those poor lost vessels. To find a shell case to hold all of my scavenged ingredients, the last piece I needed to construct my bomb.
Ah, yes, I have been waiting for this.
General?
Time, Ivan Ivanovich. Whilst you have rambled on and on about it, I have simply bided mine. I am a patient man, as I have said.
Yes, I don't feel I paid enough attention to the story about your toes. Do you have specially made shoes?
Enough!
He was not happy about that one.
Now I have your full attention. Indulge me, Tavarish. Explain to me how you made this bomb.
General?
Your bomb, comrade, that you so brilliantly constructed to destroy Little Orpheus. Tell me how you made it.
Well,
In detail. The type of detail that should present no problem to a man who is actually capable of building a bomb, which I suspect would be an entirely different man to one who cheated on his entrance exams for the cosmonaut program.
Yes, what are we going to tell him?
You are uncharacteristically silent, comrade. Cat, got your tongue?
if I may, General, perhaps just a minute or two to gather my thoughts?
There are precious few minutes left. We have reached our conclusion, I think.
Yes. Yes, we have, General. I gazed up at the world clock and knew I had arrived at my destination. Whatever lay inside would see my journey end one way or another. But I had no idea of the marvels that awaited me. And
The bomb, Ivan Ivanovich! Tell me how you built the bomb!
it was a wonderful sight. The world...
It is 2 minutes to midnight, Ivan. It is time to end this story.
Well, we didn't get a, the conclusion thing telling us next episode we'll get our answers. Interesting. Oh, we're nearly there. Nearly at the end.
Let us recap. 3 years ago, you were sent to the center of the Earth as part of a top-secret mission to ensure the delivery of Little Orpheus, an atomic-powered capsule. You promptly vanished until you casually wandered up to Molodiyozhnaya station 3 years later, claiming to have saved the world, but lost Little Orpheus in the process. Is this correct?
Yes, General, it is, but...
You are charged with many, many, many crimes against the state, including desertion, lying to a superior officer, and sedition. Any one of these charges bears the punishment of execution by firing squad.
Well, if you believe there was nothing down there when they drilled it, where did he desert to? Like, he was in a fucking drill pointed to the center of the Earth. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, sorry about that.
General, you must be reasonable. I did my best. It's all true, I swear. I swear upon the lives of my family.
Oh, do you? Auntie Marcia and Uncle Vanya, the traveling tinker and the pig dentist, or perhaps Cousin Pavel, the criminal mastermind with the unhealthy taste for eggs. How stupid do you think I am, Comrade Pavalov?
Sudayu, it is all true.
Maybe your toy maker, or was it watchmaker, father, who apparently taught you all he knew, despite being killed when you were less than 5 years old.
I was a fast learner?
You have precisely 1 minute to convince me not to summon the guards, and have you shot on the spot.
A minute? A lifetime. It's all I need, General.
But he was going to shoot us himself. Why does he need to call the guards? Pull the gun out and put it on the fucking table.
I was astounded. My father, I told you, I think I told you, he was a toy maker, and he often played with clockwork parts.
Tavarish.
But this made all those childhood wonders pale into insignificance. And it was fortunate indeed that my uncle...
Vanya, the pig dentist?
No, my other uncle, Sasha had taken me mountaineering in the Urals during my childhood, for it was only by scaling these giant mechanical parts that I would reach Little Orpheus.
Yes, I had been thinking that it seems awfully convenient that you were such an accomplished climber. I don't, however, recall any mention of this Uncle Sasha in your file.
He was a very private man.
A very unlikely man.
That was Uncle Sasha's blessing and his curse.
This is going to be a very long minute. Okay, I think I've really broken the game. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're fine now.
This game's buggier than a Brazilian rainforest.
Those great wheels and cogs.
Well, it hasn't been that
crashed and
buggy, really.
boomed. The vast hands of all time crunching forever and ever around.
Ivan Ivanovich.
Pendulums and springs and great big wheels and tiny little wheels.
Tavarish Preroll, stop.
Though at least the Menkf were not here, especially as they seemed to infest the world below the surface. Menkf everywhere. Menkf. Many Menkf. Menkf aplenty. Menkf.
You are babbling, comrade. Enough.
I think these are broken, though. I think when we pull this thing out, these weights are meant to fall off, but they don't. Because why else would it go up? Because we pulled the pin. I was hoping he would grab onto the ledge, not just face plant into the wall. I didn't even notice that until I just jumped straight into it.
But where was Toll? Aha! High above. On the clock face, perhaps, with his radios, his crystals. Oh, if I could just reach him, I could use the bomb.
There is no bomb.
You have no idea how to make a bomb. You have no idea about how to do anything one might actually expect of a cosmonaut.
The bomb?
Ivan Ivanovich!
General?
Time is up.
Could have just said he didn't build the bomb. One of the Blue Giants built the bomb for him.
Stop talking, Tavarish. You don't know what happens next. It is obvious. You've done very well. I applaud you for your efforts and your story. It is a wonderful tale, Comrade Preroll. I have enjoyed it immensely. But every story needs an ending. And it is clear yours does not have one.
Just need more time.
I think that even if I gave you all the time in the world, it would not be enough.
No, General. I can do this. That is, I remember what happens next. I just need to catch my breath and compose myself.
We both know how this story ends, comrade.
But Little Orpheus, you haven't heard what happened.
We will find out soon enough. You will be executed, and another expedition will be sent.
No, you cannot. You cannot. We must never go back. You don't understand.
Make me, then. Make me understand. I am a kind man, although you may not believe this. I do not want to have you shot. So help me. Make me understand. Tell me what happened to Little Orpheus.
It was...
Ivan Ivanovich?
It was... it was...
Come on, Ivan.
I'm sorry, General. I'm sorry, I have no idea. You are right. I simply cannot think what happened next. It's just... a blank, General. There's nothing there. I am very tired, you see.
Comrade Preroll. Ivan.
You're right. It's over, General. Perhaps you would be so kind as to write to my mother for me.
Of course I will.
You are a kind man, as you have said. And, General...
Yes, Ivan.
Was it a good story?
Oh, yes. It was an excellent story.
Thank you, General. I am just sorry I couldn't give you an ending.
Unless...
General?
Quiet, Tovarish. I am thinking.
We're going to General's doing this right now?
I seem to remember that there were many problems with Little Orpheus during production.
General?
Problems with the casing around the atomic battery.
Concerns, General?
Yes, concerns. Unlikely though that might be. Yeah, it seems if I remember that it failed to secure properly. A sharp blow could spring the hatch and expose the fragile casing of the bomb to any would-be vandal.
I'm not sure I follow.
A resourceful yet forgetful hero might, one would think, take advantage of that fact.
But how, General? Where would I find something to strike it with?
The son of a watchmaker would easily find something within a giant clock mechanism that resembled a hammer, surely.
A hammer? Why, yes, General. I do remember now. I grasped the hammer-shaped thingamabob.
Let's just agree it was a hammer, Ivan.
Yes, of course. Let's do that. I recovered my senses, shook my head, and looked about me. In my distracted stupor, I had climbed further up the tower than I ever thought possible. In front of me was the clock face, and I gazed out through it at the sheer expanse of history. And I knew whatever happened next... happened next?
The hand of destiny had fallen upon your shoulder.
Yes! It had. What an extraordinary hand it was.
Thanks, General. General's like, I've been here all fucking day with this shit. You better give me the end of a fucking story. What the fuck is this? How far are we gonna just run around in a circle? Where the fuck was I meant to jump to? Jump, you little shit. Oh wait, Doomington. Don't be too long, we're near the end. I think we're near the end of this crazy story. Oh, I was meant to just stand on it. Okay. Alright.
And so, Toll was defeated. Little Orpheus destroyed. The bomb lost forever.
Not just that, General. In that moment, time sprung back to its proper shape, and I found myself once more in Plutonia, as the start of my journey. But the wound in the interior sky was gone. The drill was gone. It was as if I had never been here. And they were nymph, free and happy, without the tyranny of Toll, free to pursue their simple lives.
But we can never go back?
Never, General. One drill, one metal sphere, one lone cosmonaut was nearly enough to destroy time and unleash the tyrant Toll upon our world. Who would think an innocuous beeping radio housed in a ball of metal could change the world so dramatically?
Who indeed? But tell me, what of you? And what of your return to the surface?
I stayed amongst the Mienk for as long as I could. But I came to realize they had begun to worship me as a king. No, General. I am a good socialist and could not allow this workers' paradise to become corrupted. And so I left that wonderful land for the last time.
And then?
And then I walked. For 2 years I wandered, always looking for a way home, through lands and worlds almost beyond imagination. Until one day I emerged, blinking into sunlight, and realized I was home.
Until one day I emerged, just like that? You just found your way back to the surface?
Well, General, it was a little more complicated than that. There were great obstacles to overcome, and terrible challenges to face, and incredible lands to explore.
Enough, Ivan. Little Orpheus is lost forever. The interior is sealed. You have returned with a story of socialism, triumphing over incredible odds. It is, as I said, enough for one night. Enough for my report, at least.
General, if I may...
Comrade Ivan Ivanovich Preroll, you are found guilty of all charges brought against you and sentenced to execution by firing squad. However, having listened to your story, I believe you are quite mad. In other words, I find your madness guilty, not you. And we cannot execute madness. And indeed, there are lessons to be learned, even in the depths of this madness. Perhaps the Americans were right to send the chimp after all.
So, General?
Get out of my sight, Ivan. Go home. Enjoy a state pension as a madman. Just make sure I never see you again.
Yes, General. Of course, General. Anything you say. I shall be small and quiet and live a life without excitement and...
Out! Until one day I just emerged. Oh, very good, Tavarish. Very good indeed.
Ah. Thought there was another chapter, but there's not a button here for another chapter. Okay. We'll let the credits go through just in case. Because that can't be the end, right? Because that's a bit disappointing. And when we look at the chapter select, there is another chapter, so there's something there. Welcome back, Doomington. You missed kind of the end. Basically, the general just let us go. Maybe the last chapter is just this cutscene. No? No, okay. Beyond the beyond and a bit further achievement.
Who's the best space dog? Oh,
It's an achievement, Liz.
Хорошенькая моя, ты просто космическая. Eh? Who's the best hairy cosmonaut? It is indeed a lovely sunset, and it reminds me of the skies of Peru. I didn't? I never told you about the wonderful Sky City? Well, it was an extraordinary place, but one filled with dangers. Well, it might have been simple for you to cross it, but you were in a space capsule. I had to rely on my own 2 feet, my noshki. Feet which, I might add, had just crossed the interior, beaten the villain Toll, and helped inspire the Myenk to a workers' revolution. Oh, that's all very easy for you to say, but your idea of civilized behavior is licking your own bottom in public. No. My adventures above the clouds were filled with untold dangers, death-defying escapes, and some really quite extraordinarily large Bielorybitsa. And it happened like this.
This is just some random chapter that they put at the end. For no reason?
Weeks had passed since I left Plutonia, and one evening, exhausted, I simply fell asleep at the foot of a strange windmill. And when I awoke, well, that thought didn't cross my mind. I was exhausted after all. This is beside the point, my nosy canine friend. What matters is this. When I awoke, the windmill and the ground around it had been carried high into the air. What magic was this? Что за магия? As unlikely, perhaps, as a suitcase-sized dog orbiting the center of the Earth for many years. Quite.
Feels like this could have been a chapter that was in the game, but they removed it for whatever reason, and then just changed the general to the dog. Yeah, I'm sure that will work.
Quick as a flash, Kakmonia, my training leapt into play, and I began to paddle the strange contraption through the clouds in search of answers. It is entirely possible that a miller who owns a windmill capable of levitating high into the air may also own a flying machine. Oh, now you're just being silly. May I continue my recounting of how I sailed over the sky gardens towards the mystical city of Peru? Oh, I must, my moju shatidrug. I must.
Alright, I wonder what craziness is going to be in here. That could work if the air was as viscous. Yeah, you wouldn't be breathing it then, would you? I'm still like confused. Why would the general just let you go after losing a fucking atomic weapon? It's hopefully something happens at the end of this story. Otherwise, I'm just going to be completely
powerful emanations! What mighty gusts! What an epic shkval! They reminded me of Cousin Pavel, yes! But whereas his rearward zephyrs could curdle milk and tarnish the teaspoons, these magical wafts only serve to carry me aloft and onwards.
I'm wondering if we're still at the center of the Earth, maybe, because like, how was Leica here? You know? Off we go.
But something was afoot in the gardens of Perun. This horrid muck staining the surfaces and making my nose curl. Yes, it was positively Pavelian in scent. But it did not belong here. I think I once told you of Auntie Masha's passionate encounter in a cable car with the manganese entrepreneur from Chiatura. Now, Auntie Masha told me that there was a disagreeable stain and smell all around those factories and smelting works. Our industry is not without its dangers. Could it be that the once bucolic gardens of Perun were being corrupted by unchecked pollution? After all, science is a double-edged sword, my bristly confidant. Consider Zemikhov. Of course. I apologize. Прошу прощения. Two-headed dogs is perhaps a rather insensitive analogy, but not without justification in this instance. I have seen the blemished lands around Norilsk, but I could not believe that I would find such pollution here. But this was nothing to the true horror of what was shortly to unfold.
Hello there. You're here for... I don't know what this part of the story is, because technically we've finished the game, but not. It's very odd. I don't know what this just seems like an extra part of the story. Extra story. How are you feeling now, anyway? Less They're sick and exhausted. I'm like, can I make it go sideways? Nope. They're sick in the sense that I was very bad last night, for sure, but still not well. Hi.
That terrible Strashnaya machina, spewing its poison into the air, had created monsters. A being, a malignant spoiler of the noble and pure, and it had taken on the form of its prey. Well, of course. No, конечно, I was the prey. The citizens of Perun had clearly long since fled the evilly sentient smog, but I inadvertently wandered into its lair. Oh, I know. Misfortune seemed to dog me. Oh, sorry, I do apologize. To follow my every footstep. But no time to ponder, no time to bemoan the hand that fate had dealt me. No, all that was on my mind was escape, конечно.
Well, hopefully you feel a bit better later today. Take some meds and see if you can't get a stream in. You sure you want to try? You do need to do some work later today, don't you? You shouldn't push yourself too hard, mate. What are you gonna stream if what video game? What are you gonna stream if you stream? I assume not Star
Yes,
Ocean.
it was most interesting. The windmill seemed to be from an earlier age. Perhaps this was a devastating
Are you gonna
warning
keep
of the
doing Star Ocean?
destructive
Okay.
power of unfettered industrialization. I most certainly had not forgotten about the windmills. I did not get carried away. You are missing the point. Perhaps because you are only a small dog. Oh, a brilliant, brave, spacefaring dog, of course, but a small Sabashka nonetheless. If you perhaps listened more and interrupted less, I am just getting to the explanation of the windmills.
Yes, it's weird. So a quick breakdown. Basically the game is we were stuffed in a drill sent to the center of the earth. Shit went down. There was a giant nuclear device on the drill, and it's gone missing. And we told some fanciful tale about, journeying through the center of the earth. Along the way, we ended up in space, inside the center of the earth, and Laika saved us and took us to a planet thing where the clock of time was, like, the world clock. And the general at the end essentially just let us go. He's like, oh, okay. Like, we couldn't finish the story. We couldn't, and the general helped us. And then at the end, he let us go. And for some reason, there's a chapter after that where we're at our family home or whatever, and Laika turns up. And now we're telling Laika a story that we didn't tell the general on our travels in the middle of the earth. I don't know how to describe any of it. It's very weird. Like, cause the weird thing about it all is like they did put us in a drill to the center of the Earth, but we have no idea what actually fucking happened, or why there was a nuke on board, or where the fucking nuke is actually gone. And since there's a missing nuke, he just let us go. It's like, what?
My stinking nemesis was back. But more interesting was the change in the city.
Oh, that kills us. Okay. So I'm hoping something pops up at the end of this chapter, but probably not.
My stinking nemesis was back. But more interesting was the change in the city. The windmills were fading out, clearly obsoleted, mothballed, relics. Instead, a sense of an obsession with power was apparent. Vast engines, terrible machines, ever hungry and reliant on the rapid consumption of fuel, the production of toxic fumes and choking gases. Pride, my pushisti compadre, pride, ambitia, ambition, the dark side of science. Zemechov's had too many. Don't be ridiculous, dog. Only a Durak with the intellectual capacity of a ringworm would think windmills are in any way harmful.
They're meant to be a poke at people that complain about modern windmills for electricity. Probably something to drag over. I will say for the game, the story has been weirdly interesting, even though it's still is like, what the fuck is really going on? Stuff looks nice. The gameplay itself is very, very bland. It is basically a walking simulator in platformer form.
Of course, you never had much of a chance to travel. Sarcasm doesn't suit you. You don't have the tail for it. You do, at least, have a tail. Mind you, family gossip maintains that so did Uncle Rabliem. Although it was apparently little more than a stub, and a source of considerable discomfort and social anxiety for him. The question of whether or not Uncle Rabliem wagged his stub is very much off topic. What I am trying to say is that your upbringing on the streets of Moscow meant you never saw the blackened fields of Magnitogorsk. The sacrifices made by the valiant citizens of that industrial heartland, as they drowned in their own blight, even as they powered the state forwards. I was reminded of Magnitogorsk as I wandered through those fields of pipes and foundries, and I wept for the loss of innocence that so often goes hand in hand with progress.
Well, this got very polluted very fast. We busted our leg again. It's not a very Soviet-looking star or anything, is it?
Indeed! I just evaded the slimy, oily grasp of that man-made Vadzinoi, his petroleum stink clogging my nostrils and making my head thump. And I felt a great stirring within me. Yes, much like I assume Cousin Pavel. May he never get loose again. But no, quite different. This was no volcanic upbubbling
really?
of gastric
Okay,
malintent. No, it was the roaring fires of justice once more ignited within me. I felt a swell of patriotic fervor and knew the hand of destiny had fallen on me once more. Yes, what a hand it was! I could not see this great wonder sink into an abyss of poison and bile. The Perunians may have been forced to abandon their city, but I had saved the world once before and was ready to answer the call again.
Hello, Soshi. Okay, so this is this part of the story is part of the what he talked about with the general before he let the general let him go, where he was traveling. So this is after he destroyed the nuke. He was traveling the lands to get back to the surface. Yes. So I guess it isn't something that was cut. Well, I suppose it could have been cut from it, but I suppose it isn't something that was cut from the, and they just makeshift in like a. It's a big fishy.
What strange metal Bieloribitsa, clearly designed to swim through the air. I was amazed. And there was more. Beneath the fins, I spotted the apertures of hoses and was reminded of the time Auntie Agrafina devised a contraption to water all of her copious algae beds simultaneously with one flush of the toilet by a system of pipes and valves that ran throughout her house. Можно так сказать, in a manner of speaking, yes. Her algae were most irrigated, although her neighbor Victor was washing his trousers in the sink at the time and was bruised quite severely about the face and body. But these were no ordinary flying metal fish. They were designed to expel air, fresh air, and push back the polluted clouds.
Okay then. One of the, for those that didn't hear me say before, a bit annoying thing about this game is that there is collectibles.
There is, of course, a fine tradition of looking.
Shut up, trying to talk. There is collectibles, but you can't collect the collectibles the first time you play. You have to play a level, and then it unlocks the collectibles for that level you just completed, so you have to play it again.
Nature to solve problems of a scientific or military persuasion. Yes, as you well know. My nephew, Sergei... Yes, the very same. Poor lad with his dermatological eruptions. Well, Sergei was stationed recently at Kazachya Buchta, where dolphins were being trained as brilliant aquatic agents of socialism. Why not then be inspired by marine life? Why, there is a fish, I have heard, that can shoot jets of water from beneath the surface to knock its prey off little tiny twigs and into its mouth. If you were to tell the average mushroom sheriff that a dog would orbit the Earth, I suspect you would receive a similarly sneering response. that is because you are a small, hairy hound of uncertain heritage. I, on the other hand, am a cosmonaut, the product of many months of training, and I realized the answer to pollution was here all along. The Peronians, tragically, had simply never had time to finish their fleet. If only I could find a working, flying fish. If only. If only. Yes.
If only.
If only. It made perfect sense, of course. The poisonous tuhatas that engulfed Perun was like a nasty cold. And you know what to do with a cold to rid yourself of it. You may not get colds, but nor can you operate bee-shelling machinery. So, don't get ideas above your station. We humans, on the other hand, may produce up to 16 million perfectly unshelled bees in an average shift. But we are martyrs to our sinuses. But to clear them, aha! These are remedies we Russians have been perfecting over the long centuries of harsh winters. Onions. A quick snifter of onion oil will clear your head faster than a Pragviev can clear a hypothetical minefield. Yes, if I could find a functional fish, I would become that onion.
And what you're listening to now is basically how the rest of the story from before was going. It's just absolutely crazy nonsense. What, we have an actual puzzle, do we? This is like the only puzzle we've had this whole game. Not much of a puzzle, but it still was one, technically. I don't think you even had to think about it. I think you still just had to flip all the... If you just flipped all the valves, you would have done exactly the same thing. I don't know. It resembled a puzzle. Slam. Thanks, Oishi. Oh, our leg is busted yet again.
I was close. I could feel it. Yes, yes, the working fish, the ribka. I could feel I was at the heart of Perun, and my noxious pursuer had renewed its chase with a terrible vigor.
Yeah, he's really vigorously chasing us. We're limping and out doing him.
Not far now. I just had to keep going, keep pushing. It's almost as if you knew, Pavel. Uncanny. How about it?
I was able to run for a second then. Oh, we can run now.
There she was. A beautiful sight. Her scales shimmering in the sunlight, her fins poised for action, her onion cannons primed for a great aerial conflict unseen in the annals of human endeavor. And you are just jealous it was a bigger flying machine than yours. No, Pilius, pal. It was time for science to fight back. Yes, my hairy compatriot. Actually, onwards to victory!
Okay. Okay. We've turned into an R-type? What? Precious. Thanks, Bear. There was nothing like this at all in the game previous to this. Am I meant to be hitting him or something? I don't know. Okay, so I only have to shoot him when he's doing that, I guess. Thanks for the
It was a
flashbang.
miracle. I found myself swooping through beautiful, clear skies. The strange interior sunlight gleaming on the sides of my fishy vessel. I heard birds clear their little throats and begin their wondrous gvalt. The wind gently humming on the fins. And then, all of a sudden, under it all... Well, you see, in my hurry, it didn't even occur to me to check how much fuel was carried in the strange craft. With a horrible splutter, the engines choked and died. And suddenly we were plummeting downwards towards our doom.
Dude, falling has
did
never
not.
killed you yet.
A simple mistake that many have made. Why, my Aunt Agrafina met her untimely demise being late for a fungal sculpting seminar and making exactly the same error. Only, unfortunately, it left her stranded in sub-zero temperatures just outside Pravachitsinsk. She wasn't found until 18 years after her own funeral, but was perfectly preserved. Remarkable, really. It is beside the point, yes. So, there I was. My fabulous ship had become a terrible prison. I was hurtling to my almost certain death. My triumph turned to tragedy. But then... Well, you know what happened next. Even so, moi magnati drug, that is a story for another time. A most extraordinary story, of course, filled with dangers and wonders, and canals, and invasions and strange doorways to other worlds. But perhaps too long a story for now. Yes, indeed, my canine tavarish. Time for soup. Auntie Agrafina's famous borscht. Coming? You know, I think you really did have the happier time in Perun. The benefits of being a suitcase-sized dog in a little space machine, perhaps. Ah, yes, the correct term is indeed capsule, as I told the general once. Why, a letter just the other week. He's thinking of retiring, he says. Yes, and moving to Bashkiria to nurture bees. Bees? It surprised me too. I thought if animal husbandry was to be his passion, it would be a large, manly animal like elk, or bears, or a caban. Perhaps the bees he is thinking of are particularly militaristic. Or stingy, yes. Did you want bread with your soup? In which case, there's half a tin of old beef you could also finish. Somewhat gray, but I'm sure it won't taste awful. Yes, my four-legged associate. Now, did I ever tell you the story of when Uncle Rablien got his stub ensnared in the seat of a wicker chair in the finest fish restaurant in the whole of Taliatsia?
Okay then. I don't know what to say about this game really at all. Like, the general at the end said he didn't want to see him ever again, and the general's sending him letters? Like, what? Yes, now I can go find lost recording mode. Revisit adventures and discover new orbs scattered throughout, unlocking exclusive behind-the-scenes content. See, I thought maybe if we go and get these orbs, we'll get more of an understanding, but I assume it's by going by this, it's just concept art and shit. Yeah. Well. Can't even go to the main menu from here. Well, I guess we're done. We, played through whatever the fuck this was. Alright. Let's, I guess we'll just go find someone to raid. Mia's not live yet. Nancy's live. I think she's doing a big collab with a few people. Night. Vicky's not going to bed. Give you like 2 minutes and you'll be live. We'll see if you're fast enough there. If people want to go see what near the end of Star Ocean, I guess. Yeah, seriously, I don't even know how I would describe this game to someone. I guess it's just a fanciful tale that is like stolen ideas from different stories, you know. So the first stage is basically, you know, the general center of the earth tale with dinosaurs and shit. And we had Moby Dick because we got swallowed by the fucking whale. We had a Kraken story here. We had bloody time shenanigans. Yeah. Weed. Alright. Bear was not lying. He's gone live, so we'll run over to there. Alright, everyone. Thanks for hanging out for whatever this game was. I will be streaming tomorrow, I think would be my normal stream time at the moment. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Anyways, I'll catch you all later. Have a good one. Bye-bye. And thanks for hanging out, Lakey.